College Board of Regents. We're on the beautiful campus of West Kentucky Community College. Special thanks to the college for their hosting this meeting. The press was notified on June the 8th, and I'd like to ask Ms. Duncan, the parliamentarian, general counsel, to call the roll.
Thank you. And for those of you who are electronically attending, please make sure that you have your camera on as well. Chair Stevens.
Present.
Vice Chair Martin.
Here.
Secretary Fletcher. Present. Regent Bogard. Regent Cox.
Here.
Regent Finan.
Here.
Regent Girdler. Regent Green. Here. Regent Hamilton.
Here.
Regent Herding.
Here.
Regent Jackson.
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Here.
Regent Smith.
Here.
Regent Witten.
Present.
All members are present except for Regent Girdler. We do have a quorum. We may proceed.
Thank you. It's been our practice the last few meetings to have public comment, and we do have some public comment today, and I would call on the board liaison to introduce our person that would like to make some comments. Hannah?
Thank you. Yes, we have one individual who's asked to be recognized at this meeting. Her name is Patricia. I'll let her introduce herself and share where she's from. Please note that we will limit this to 3 minutes, and I ask that no regents interrupt or ask questions during this period. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Patricia Levitt, former assistant professor of reading and co-director of the Quality Enhancement Plan at JCTC. I'm also a school shooting survivor. When we were 14 years old, my friend Michael Carneal fired on other students and me in the lobby of Heath High School, just after we finished praying before school. I froze in horror and watched as he shot at us. I couldn't grasp reality after it ended as I talked to one of my best friends, Nicole Hadley, who lay dying on the floor. The world grieved that day, but eventually moved on. I started a continuous struggle to keep surviving. Here I stand 25 years later, and I am angry that I still need to remind the world that shootings actually happen and that we have a responsibility to be prepared. At JCTC, I tried every avenue I knew of to make it clear that we were not ready for an active shooter situation. I got almost no response. I finally reached a point where my physical and emotional health took a daily toll because I was literally afraid for my life there. So I escalated my concerns to Dr. Handy directly, nearly 2 months before the fatal shooting at the technical campus. He did talk briefly about safety at the next faculty meeting, mostly about reporting concerns to security and his position that this is a societal concern for which we can't really prepare. After the shooting at the tech campus, Dr. Handy detailed what he called a gold standard response. I imagine you've heard this also. Let me be clear. The college was not prepared and failed to heed warnings that it was not prepared. I know you as a group have been shocked in the past by a resolution making its way to you, and you weren't aware that there was an underlying issue. I left JCTC because of the negligence in preparing for active shooters, but I've chosen to come forward with these concerns because it's the right thing to do. You have the fiduciary responsibility for these colleges, and you will be the ones to respond to lawsuits when this happens again. I ask you to consider how truly prepared the colleges and their leadership are to prevent and act in the event of an active shooter situation. I have a short time to speak, so I had to leave out details that I think are important. So I gave a letter to Board Liaison Rivera to give to each of you. I'm happy to respond. I gave my contact information in there. And I also, in seeing Dr. Wagner out of the side of my eye, would like to say that she did reach out to me following the shooting at the tech campus and ask for more information, more ideas. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that she was kind of an outlier. Thank you for your time.
Do we have any other public comment?
Thank you for your presentations. Before we begin the official business today, I'd like to call on Dr. Reese the president of West Kentucky Community and Technical College to say a few words. Dr. Reese?
And Dr. Reese, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would like to note for the record that Regent Girdler has arrived.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thanks, you. As a former newsman, you know, you got to hear the pipes. Good afternoon, everyone. And certainly I want to bring an official welcome to the Board of Regents, certainly to all of my colleagues, the staff around the system, and certainly all tuning in this afternoon. We are incredibly pleased to bring you to the beauty of the West. Even Ty Handy was impressed with how beautiful the western portion of the state is. So I'll use that as a gauge. I definitely want to thank all the members of the planning committee. As you know, putting on this level of excellence requires an incredible body. I want to thank all the members of the committee, definitely, particularly Melissa Alcock, who worked very closely with Cindy and Hannah and Amy and the rest of the team to ensure that we had everything as detailed as possible. Now, I know it is customary that there's a tour usually leading up, but we know that there's a full schedule. And so in the interest of time, we do have a virtual tour, which is done by our outstanding TV marketing department, JD Crawford and Dan. So I definitely want to give them all props on that. And it is sponsored, by the way, by Diet Mountain Dew. Get the kick without the calories.
Mm-hmm.
You can hold the applause. Let's bring it. Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, as we celebrate our 20th anniversary as a consolidated college, certainly want to take a moment to reflect on the incredible and powerful history of the two colleges, really fueled by two visionaries, Reverend U.R. Bell, who was a local minister. This was in the 30s. Of course, the Great Depression was huge. Of course, then the Great Floods followed. But unemployment was incredibly high. Saw the need that education would be a way to engage the youth during that time frame. Later on, I went on then to being a Paducah Junior College, then Paducah Community College, and now West Kentucky Community Technical College. And then likewise, Dr. D.H. Anderson. Tomorrow we'll have the breakfast in the Anderson building. This is a visionary that in 1909, certainly so many years leading throughout segregation, et cetera, saw the need for access to education and gave birth and vision to West Kentucky Industrial College. The name changed several times, Vocational College, Technical College, but then the beauty of these two visionaries converging to what we know today as West Kentucky Community Technical College, then is a stream of celebrations that we plan on doing throughout this year. When I had the opportunity to take the helm in 2016, returning to Paducah after 13 years, down south at the that university that loves a lot of orange. I came back and there was two key things that was always front and center for me. One was about regionalism, because the West is a rural area. As you can see, and probably as you may have channel surfed last night, we do border with Illinois, Tennessee. You may also see Missouri, and there's well KFE 12. We serve about 18 counties throughout this entire region. We were very intentional of expanding even further deep into southern Illinois, some of the poorest counties in the country are in our area. On the Kentucky side, certainly the Four Rivers area. So access and our locations are really key, and it is for all of our sister colleges, obviously. Marineway, we have a gigantic inland river hub. Kevin O'Neill heads up our VP of workforce. And certainly there is Marineway, which was designated only 27 centers of excellence across the entire country in terms of the quality of workforce training. So we do great work there, firefighting training, et cetera. Paducah School of Art, we are a UNESCO city. The presidents will have an opportunity to dine at this School of Art and design. Certainly you've heard of the International Quilt Show, real big deal, April of every year. So we're a big arts community. The Purchase Area Training Center and the Skills Graph are also very strategically important locations because it cuts that distance from Fulton, South Fulton, 52 miles into Paducah. So it's right there pretty much in the center, in the middle, about 25 miles out. That provides really important access into programs like HVAC, automotive tech, diesel, CDL, et cetera. So we are very intentional of maximizing those locations. My cabinet will tell you that not just in terms of the visuals and the optics, but we actually started for about 3 years leading up to COVID, where we did an active Education Express. I was determined that we would set foot in every of the counties that we serve, met with all the mayors, county judges, business leaders, religious leaders, et cetera, declare that county Higher Education Day. And we got to work really building these very powerful partnerships for us. So regional is important. And along with regionalism is how we convene key stakeholders. We began an annual economic summit where we attracted over 100 CEO and business leaders from out throughout the entire region. We wanted to hear firsthand what was going well at the college, what was needed, and how we could respond in real time. We also expanded on that with a minority leadership seminars, a series of trainings, workshops, entrepreneurship training. Really and truly, our mantra is that we need all hands on deck when it comes to jobs, workforce, and economic development. K-12 are also very important partners. I had a vision when I arrived that I wanted to really celebrate our K-12 partners. We started the annual Regional Educators Awards. It's an Oscar-style ceremony. We mimic it down to the T. Our own Janet Blythe coordinated those efforts. We get over 300 of superintendents and principals, teachers, staff, and we celebrate them throughout this entire region. Now, some may say that the symbolism of that looks good, but we also act with purpose. We were very, very instrumental. So back in 2017, in the early years of bringing together our K-12 partners, where we were able to bring together 17 superintendents and principals, which is not easy to do, Chair Stevens, focusing on a work-ready grant, and we got $3.4 million to upgrade all of the equipment through all the area technology centers and career technical centers. So that is the importance of these partnerships and relationships that we establish. It's rumored that we do some things that we believe are in some ways unique. We are very fortunate, as you can see. I could spend this whole presentation talking about our celebrations. It's really a pretty simple proposition. If all goes well, they take credit. If everything goes south, they blame my cabinet. But you will note in there certainly is Aspen. There are over 1,000 colleges across this country. We've been ranked, well, not once, because that would be just plum luck. Maybe twice. Well, that's coincidence. Well, how about 3 times? Well, things happen in threes. Yeah, but 4 times, I think you may be onto something. But we were able to do it 5 times. And I think that speaks to the synergy of some key things working right. A world-class faculty, incredibly dedicated staff, and the eclectic group of students. And we believe that we really do lean in to really customize and meet students where they are. That goes along with our mantra, we never underestimate you. It makes us very, very unique. Like my fellow presidents, certainly our partnerships with our 4-year partners are really key. We have a long-standing relationship with Murray State University, a plethora of 2+2s. There's a Murray campus here in Paducah that offers some programs. It's about 50 miles heading to Callaway County. So being able to get up to the baccalaureate level here at home is important. We do have a very newer partnership with the University of Louisville, their dental clinic. One of the things that we became more aware of, particularly through COVID, is that particularly for some of the lower socioeconomic and Medicare recipients, if they're having dental issues, they go to the emergency rooms. In this case, for us Baptists and Mercy. And so the timing of us having this clinic serving hundreds of individuals throughout this region is really very, very important. And then University of Kentucky, they're celebrating their 25th anniversary. Mechanical and chemical engineering, over 25 years, well over 500 graduates, about 73% of those return to the region. So that's huge. And we are in the process of finishing up a new offering, a baccalaureate in computer engineering technology. So really meeting those high-tech needs is also very key to what we do. But when all is said and done, ultimately, why we rise every day and do what we do is our commitment to student success. I was fortunate to lead the Student Success Center at the University down south, had some good successes there. Felt it was real important that we created with intention a focal point. And so we did our ribbon cutting last October with our Student Success Center, offering that success coaching, tutoring, supplemental instruction, and getting really a hub of activity where we shift away from a deficit model to a synergy of a strength-based model and approach, promoting and fostering student success. Numbers are important. As you can see by way of this chart, we consistently land in the top 5 in terms of the largest colleges across the system. Getting them in is always work, Herculean work. But at the end of the day, we are going to be assessed in terms of how our students perform. And that starts with our pipeline through K-12. We were very fortunate to start a community scholarship program now probably about 12 years. And this was among some of the early models in terms of tuition free. So basically any student in McCracken County, including public, private, and homeschool, can come to us free. And that's really key. Big partnerships with our city, county officials, Rotary, and this continues. Every year I share this with the entire community. As you can see visually, keep your eye on the gold. Always go for the gold. That's us. The national success completion rates for community technical colleges hover around 28%. As you can see, the college student personnel program is already in the mid-40s, stacked up. We know that we not only obviously want to graduate students, but also students who transfer. So when you add that completion arc, you see where we really ranked the top tier of the state from right here in Western Kentucky. So, but we never fall asleep, right? We continue to grind. It's a grind. Our students bring their own sets of challenges and opportunities, and thus what we do. We got a lot of national publicity regarding the $50 million grant around some of the DI guarantees. The way in which that I envisioned and approached it was so important to me as I laid out the rural nature of our entire region. And so basically the mantra is any man, woman, or child between the ages of 18 to 61, lower socioeconomic, rural, because we got a lot of poor whites in our rural areas, Hispanic populations in Mayfield Graves, and the higher concentration of African Americans here in Paducah. And so the goal is we want to remove any financial barrier and to really lift all ships, because we need all hands on deck to maximize our workforce competitiveness, because again, it's really back to jobs. You know, there's always that ROI question. I would highlight really 2 things. Certainly when you have a $228 million impact, that's important to any sort of economy. We are among the top 10 employers in the region. 1 out of every 32 jobs in this entire region, there's a West Kentucky thumbprint or footprint coming through this college. So we know that we play a critical role. And the bottom line is a great investment for students. For every dollar that they invest, averaging around $6.40 in return. And you can certainly see by way of the community benefits and certainly the societal benefits. You know, as I wrap up, COVID amplified many things, but it really, I believe, elevated the appreciation of our nursing and allied health partners. We know that even from the hospitals that we rely on for support for our nursing programs in order for them to be competitive was not enough. So October 2021, had a bold vision of doing a fundraising campaign. Think of the timing of that. with a goal of $3 million. We ended up raising 3.667 and 43 cents. That's about 43 cents later. But this was a real important testament to the confidence that our donors and our stakeholders have in this college. And certainly by using an endowment approach, we want to ensure that we're meeting all the healthcare needs for this entire region. And look, when all is said and done, this past May, we did our celebrations. This is in the Carson Center, 2,000 seats. In the spring, we do 2 ceremonies. It's huge for the community. It's huge for those students. Those of us that are fortunate to stand in these roles, to the untrained eye, graduation looks like just a couple of students coming across the stage wearing robes. We realize that they're incredible journeys and stories, and we were fortunate to be part of that journey. And it's the reason why we were raised to do what we do every day. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As chairman, I'd like to thank everyone for last week's workshop, Huron. A great communication between college presidents and board members and the consultant. And I certainly appreciate the information gathered and the program that we have going forward. We'll have that presentation today, a brief of the highlight of that. But once again, I'd like to thank the board members and the college presidents for their working so hard to get us developed in the right direction and the roadmap. At this time, I'd like to recognize Chancellor Williams. And Chancellor Williams joined KCTCS in 2007 after several years at Santa Fe College in Gainesville, Florida. I thought, first of all, it was in Texas, or New Mexico, but it's in Florida. She was the chief academic officer at Hopkinsville. She was the interim president of Hazard. She was the president of Henderson Community College from 2011 to 18. And she was the chancellor, became chancellor 2018 until the president 2023. Dr. Williams holds many degrees, University of Florida, a degree in agriculture and a master's degree in higher education administration, and doctor of philosophy degree in education leadership. In 2012, she was awarded the University of Florida Institute of Higher Education Outstanding Graduate. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for your service to KCTCS. All right. We have the item I accidentally skipped is the minutes of the last meeting, which March the 23rd and 24th. Board members have those. If there's no corrections on those, they stand approved. Is there any corrections on those minutes? Hearing none, we'll recognize Wendy. And later today, we'll recognize the students. But Brianna, you have some, and Wendy, thank you for your service on the board. Especially as a regent and as a board secretary. Personally, that we've got to know each other, and I appreciate the nice comments that your daughter makes about Madisonville. So thank you for that, Brianna.
In recognition of Dr. Fletcher's service, Dr. Wendy Fletcher, DNP, APRN, FNP, BC, FAA NP, lives in Moorhead, Kentucky, and has lots of letters after her name. Dr. Fletcher is a principal of the Shara Wynn Group, LLC, and APRN at Main Street Medical Associates in Moorhead, Kentucky. She serves as the president of the Kentucky Association of Nurse Practitioners and Nurse Midwives, and is a 2-time past president of the Kentucky Coalition of Nurse Practitioners. I lost my place, sorry, and nurse midwives. Dr. Fletcher has held several leadership offices within that organization over the last 20 years and has served on the Kentucky Board of Nursing's Advanced Practice Council, as well as the Kentucky Medicaid Nursing Technical Advisory Committee. In 2005, Dr. Fletcher founded Health Plus PSC in Moorhead, where she cared for over 5,000 patients in her nurse-led primary care practice. Dr. Fletcher has the experience as a nursing educator, having taught undergraduate assessment and lab courses and graduate level health policy and leadership education. She continues to be active in her community, serving on a nonprofit boards and providing financial service and support for several organizations, including Moorhead State Alumni Association, the Hope Pregnancy Center, the Northeast Chapter of Kentucky Right to Life, the Kentucky Long Rifle Association. Dr. Fletcher earned a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing degree from Moorhead State University, a Master's of Science in Nursing degree from the University of Kentucky, and a Doctorate of Nursing Practice from Texas Christian University. She resides in Moorhead, Kentucky with her husband Richard and has two daughters, Allison and Reagan. In June of 21, she was reelected as the KCTCS Board Secretary for a board officer term that ends June 30th, 2022. Dr. Fletcher was appointed to replace Ms. Karen Finan, who resigned. Dr. Fletcher will serve the remainder of Ms. Finan's term that expires in 2023. Thank you for your service, Dr. Fletcher.
Okay, Miss Wendy, you have the floor.
Well, I'm a little speechless. I didn't know that was coming.
Oh, and I got gifts too.
Oh, well, thank you. It has absolutely been an honor to serve on this board. It is a role that I have taken very seriously and have served and hopefully executed faithfully. Big things are coming. Big things have been. I have just been thrilled to be a part of it. And the friendships that I have made from being on this board and serving the Commonwealth are ones that I will cherish for a long time to come. So hopefully this is not goodbye, but catch you later. But thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I have two comments.
Yes.
First, I have a question. What do you do in your spare time, Wendy? Second is, I've really enjoyed serving on the board with you. It's been bittersweet at times, but it's always been very productive.
Yes.
So I really appreciate your passion and your desire to do what's best for KCTC and the students and the faculty and staff. So appreciate it very much.
Karen? Yeah. You have some comments?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stevens. And Dr. Fletcher, just wanted to add my gratitude, for just the passion and the commitment that you have brought to this system. I think you have initiated change that will move forward and honestly serve as your legacy. And I just hope the rest of us on the board can carry your passion forward. So thank you for your service. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members, any comments? Chris, I know you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what to say back to that. It's too early to talk legacy, though. I know that you have many more great things in store for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, for KCTCS, and just everything as a whole. I just want to say what a pleasure and honor it has been to serve with you. Your passion that you have for KCTCS, as well as for the Commonwealth of Kentucky as a whole, is second to none. You go above and beyond in everything that you do. Your attention to detail is to be commended. And it's an honor to have you here, and I hope that your various roles of service to Kentucky we're just seeing the very beginning of it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Wendy, for your service and dedication and keeping me straight. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Stevens.
Next item is the President's report. Dr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. The report I was going to give today will be a little bit different than what I think you have heard in the past from the president. And it really builds off of a presentation that I had to give last Friday for the Council for Post-Secondary Education. We're required once a year to go before the Council of Post-Secondary Education's board and give an update in how our alignment is working with their strategic agenda, which ultimately mirrors or looks a lot like ours. And so, are you going to get that to me, Hannah, or? Yeah. You have the slides, right? Some of you may not realize, I'm sure many of you do, especially the board members, but in July will be our 25th year. We've actually existed for 25 years. So there has been a significant amount of progress in 25 years. You know, lately we talk a lot about efficiencies, which are critical because we have such a huge fiduciary responsibility for the amount of resources that we're entrusted with. But one thing that sometimes I don't think we talk about enough is our effectiveness. Is how effective are we really are at delivering education to the Commonwealth. And that's what some of these statistics you're going to see here, I think, will give you a better understanding of where we are at today. What happened is when CPE was working on their 2022 to 2030 strategic plan, we were also working on ours, which all of the regents had an opportunity to participate in that for our 2022 to 2026 plan, and also our 2022 to 2024 action plan, which will go through the middle of next year. This alignment that we have with CPE, we talk about CPE a lot, but it's critical to understand that we really are aligned with them, and they are the oversight piece of higher education throughout Kentucky, and they were created at the same time we were. This year one of our plan, we've really focused a lot on future success, and that means investing in our people, which you've heard us talk about, researching our student needs, which are drastically evolving and changing from what they were just 5-10 years ago. Assessment of program and services. This came out actually in the Huron analysis. Do we have the right programs for the right industries and the right sectors in the right parts of the state? Again, efficiencies and effectiveness. And then really driving our mission, which is, to improve the quality of life for all Kentuckians, and particularly economic vitality for them. And that happens through a variety of means, such as college and career readiness, transfer, workforce education, and training. The first slide that you have before you there is one of our key performance indicators around affordability. And of course, affordability is paramount to our students. It doesn't matter which college you go to, they will have a large population of those who have financial difficulties. That is the nature of the state that we live in. It's critical to keep in mind that our tuition is less than half the price of most of the competition that we have. And our unmet financial need, if you look there, actually did increase $173 or 2.9%, but it is still better in 21-22 than what it was pre-pandemic. There was no increase in tuition, which the board knows, in 21-22, so the increase there in unmet need had nothing to do with tuition. It really comes from a 5% increase that we saw in students' living expenses, books, room and board, all those things you're hearing about in the media, essentially inflation. Pell covers 1/3 of all the grants and scholarships. Also, Pell did not increase during this last period, so that did not help as far as meeting unmet needs. These numbers also don't reflect HERF dollars, which many of you are familiar with. Of course, that was one-time dollars related to COVID. If we had included those, unmet need would have only been $4,600 for 21-22. But again, it's an outlier because we probably will never see those dollars again. All of this for affordability drives our efforts to, as we have advocated in the legislature, for FAFSA reform. There are some things happening on the national level, and it's anticipated with this change in FAFSA, which has been delayed a little bit. We'll see it late in fall, I understand, is the timeline now. It should increase those accessing Pell, we hope, by 25% for 24-25, which will help because the majority of our students do qualify for those dollars. Didn't change. I get real eager with this thing, so I promise you, it will mess up before we're done. The next thing on affordability is time to degree. This is critical. It's the average number of academic years that students are enrolled over prior to the degree completion. If you look up there, you can see from 27 to 2018, it was 3.3 years. We have actually lowered that down. We have improved every year. We're now down to 2.9 years. That is a 12% decrease in time to degree, which is very impressive. So what does that mean? That means that our students are graduating and or entering the workforce 6 months quicker than they were 5 years ago. That's very important from an economic development, workforce development perspective. And of course, there's a savings of time and money for our students. Keep in mind, we talk a lot about our students, which we should, but our students are quite different than many of our regional universities or, of course, the land-grant universities. The nature of our students, they are 2 times more likely to be low income and first generation, 3 times likely to be working-aged adults and unprepared academically, and 5 times as likely to have children with dependents. So very different look at our students. Majority of our students, of course, are part-time. That involves additional challenges because they're trying to work as well, to other academic barriers. You know, really the focus for us, we try to improve time to degree constantly, but it is on credit hours, you know, reducing the number of credit hours necessary for a credential and getting them through those things at a faster rate. If I hold my breath a certain way. So our key strategies on affordability, the first one you see up there is enhanced advocacy and fundraising efforts. If you remember, when we were developing our strategic plan, this is something that was very important to the Regents, looking at what we call alternative revenue sources. Dr. Reese did mention in 2021, West Kentucky he was very modest. You know, probably I've heard the largest gift to any community college ever, $15 million. But taking that out, if you drop that number out, in 22, we actually did see, we did see in the past year a 22.4% increase in alternative revenue. That's 3.5 million system-wide, and 11 of our colleges improved their alternative revenue sources by 10%. So a lot of activity going around advocacy and fundraising. That was previously a big part of my background when I did. Keep in mind, most of the dollars that are raised go through our foundations, and about 98% of them are restricted, which means they're going to scholarships. They're going directly to help students in a variety of ways, but they're not dollars that we have access to do things like operations typically. The other point there is that we expand credit awarded to, for prior learning. That's very important. We've worked really hard over this past year over improving our high school articulation agreements in regards to auto, diesel, IT, early childhood development, civil engineering. There are several of those. Working closely, of course, with ACE, which pretty much commands everything that goes as far as looking at a military transcript and what transfers from a military transcript over to actual college credit. A lot of work in that arena. And then the third point there, increased awareness of the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. This is like the best kept secret, I think, in Kentucky. It very much mirrors what was originally happened within Tennessee. But the reality is in 21-22, we were able to help through KIA award $9 million in Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, 3,500 students. That's a 10% increase over the previous year. And this one is rather shocking. 12,000 high school students received the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship for dual credit. So all of those are geared towards, of course, high wage, high demand fields. FAFSA completion is always critical. Again, I've mentioned that earlier, that we're striving to, improve the FAFSA completion because it gets them access to the dollars they need to support affordability. And some of the other things we're looking at is how do we better engage and identify our industry partners, to make sure that they're maximizing, our folks within the state of Kentucky are maximizing tuition benefits, flexible scheduling, and all of those things. I believe later that you're going to find in this meeting, Jesse Shook will provide an update on where we are with our Education First Employers Initiative. There have been 80 already identified that are doing a lot of these very high impactful things that could help students, and 26 have committed, and she may have a more current number when she presents that information later. Hold my breath again. Okay, I think we got it. The next one is the key performance indicator transition. So you think transfer. If we look at undergraduate enrollment, this is a very telling slide. If you go back and you look at 2017, 2018, 77,679. We reached a high point there in 2019, 2020, and we all know what happened then, right? And so then you have the 2021 baseline, which is when COVID had its biggest impact on us. In fall 19 to fall 20, nationwide, there was a decrease in 9% in community college students. KCTCS experienced a little bit higher at 10.5%. But the unique thing is, and we're very pleased to share with the board, that our enrollment has stabilized and rebound. For fall of 21, we decreased only 0.4%. Nationally, they still decreased again, another 6.7%. And then fall of 22, we increased enrollment 5.7%, when nationally it only improved 0.4%. So we're doing better than most other states. In dual credit, very important part of this. In fall of 2020, it was 1/4 of our enrollment. In fall of 22, it is now 1/3 of our enrollment. So more and more of our enrollment is really linked to our relationships with the secondary schools for dual credit. Okay, key strategies on transitions. This is all very multifaceted. We've worked really hard to redesign and streamline the admissions application processes, including an abbreviated application for dual credit students to facilitate matriculation. What used to happen is a dual credit student had to basically reapply every semester. We've now streamlined that where they apply once, and then as long as they're continuing in their high school career and working with us on dual credit classes, they do not necessarily have to apply again. Been a lot of talk in the state. You may hear this at some of the universities and elsewhere about a common application. We would like to see that happen. It has not happened yet. It would make things much simpler for our students and others. The other part of looking at recruiting high wage, high demand fields, you probably have seen our media ad, College for the Real World. This has been extremely successful. You know, it's in print, it's in video, it's in digital, all those different modalities. It is out there. What makes it, I think, unique than other campaigns and has really helped us, probably can be attributed to our increase in enrollment, is the connection that it has with the students. If students can see people who are like them, that have achieved things like them, with similar challenges like them, then it makes them have a vision for their future that they know they can be successful. And so that's very important. And I think that that has also helped us in regards to those areas. We're also looking at implementing targeted recruitment strategies. We're focusing on high demand, of course, careers and flexible programming, all those things you've heard a lot about. Dr. Reese mentioned earlier, probably our biggest concern right now for us, the state and our legislators, is our nursing and allied health needs. They are immense in the amount of individuals needed for that workforce. We did receive $4 million through the Healthcare Collaborative through the state. That's going towards faculty development, modernizing equipment, strengthening dual credit pathways, and a lot of other activities just for that particular sector. And now my favorite topic, which is, actual student success, degrees, and credentials. If you look at 2017, 2018, you'll see 35,418. We have seen a 7.5% growth since that time. We did see a decrease in 21, 22. Primarily, that was the result of, again, the pandemic and low enrollment. One thing I always remind myself and remind others, Kentucky, as far as population, we're 26th in the nation, all right? But Kentucky ranks 7th in the number of credentials awarded and number 1 in credentials per capita. So we are really doing a great job in making sure that students are getting those credentials, which are life changers. How do we do this? The big focus that most of our colleges will talk about are short-term credentials, things that people can do quicker, faster to get into the workforce, to have that better wage to support their families. It's really all about student success. I like to tell people at Ashland, which is, of course, my home college, we do welding 24 hours a day. And I've had legislators ask, you seriously? And I was like, no, we do. We do welding 24 hours a day, and sometimes on weekends if we're doing customized training for companies. So we do that because there is an insatiable demand, at least in my geography, for welders, and they all get jobs. So those are the kind of things that's happening, but that's just one example at one college. In 21 to 22, 80% of the credentials that were awarded to our students were in the target industry sectors for the state of Kentucky. Another 13.4% were transfer. Ultimately, those folks headed towards high wage, high demand fields. So nearly 95% of all these credentials that you're seeing did go towards the industry sectors that Kentucky has proclaimed as the ones they're focused on. Also, graduation rates, important indicator for success. Each year since 2012, 2013, we have improved our graduation rate. And the focus to do that has been on program applicability, making sure students take the right classes at the right time to get towards their credential, proactive transcript audits to make sure nobody gets off track, and then really just an ongoing commitment by all of our faculty and staff to student success. If you look at 21-22 on the side, 41.5%, this was an all-time high for graduation rate for KCTCS. And we are on track with our preliminary data. We will beat that number in 22-23. We have one of the highest graduation rates. Actually, it's sixth in the nation for 3-year graduation rates for 2-year colleges. So very impressive. Also related to success is our retention rate, which you hear a lot about. If you look on the slide 20 to 21, there, of course, was the COVID dip. But even when we had the dip as the impact of COVID, we were still, according to IPED's data, the 15th best in the nation, still with our retention rate. In 21-22, our retention rate improved, and it is now better than it was pre-COVID. And we anticipate that that rate will, again, meet the target that we have for 23-24. The transfer rate, this is something you don't hear a lot of talk about with KCTCS these days as far as transfer. It is part of our statutory requirements of things that we focus on. It is very important. It's important to our colleges. And so what we're looking at now is the percentage of Associate of Arts and Associate of Science degrees who enrolled at a 4-year institution. So they picked up their associate degree and then they moved on to one of the universities. That makes up 40% of our credential-seeking enrollment. So if folks say we're not involved in transfer, they are wrong. 50% of our KCTCS graduates are those that are headed on to one of the universities as far as transfer. In 21-22, it was our highest year ever, 58.3% enrolling in a university post getting that credential with us. And in 23-24, the target is even more aggressive. And I've been asked, why is our target so aggressive? This was a question from the CPE board. The reason why that target is aggressive is we find that those that earn the AA or the AS, if they immediately go into the workforce, they do not transfer. Sometimes their employment outcomes are not necessarily what they should be. So we need for them, if they're in a transfer program, to transfer and to go on. And that's what we're trying to combat while we're looking at the transfer part of this. But transfer is very important. So key strategies on success. This came out again in our Huron study, but we're looking at programs in the curriculum to make sure the relevancy and alignment with our workforce needs that are in the area and for transfer needs for those that are going on for the baccalaureate or above. We are partnering with our industry subject matter experts, a lot of action going on there to make sure we have high quality programs that were highly flexible. You also have heard a lot about, you may hear an update later in this meeting again, about our KCTCS essential standards for online. 65% of our students take at least one online class, 37% are totally online. But we have trained approximately, and I'm sure Dr. Simpson may have a more updated number. The number I've been given is 22-23, 2,000 people were trained in these essential standards to ensure that quality in that particular delivery modality is there. Working a lot on competency-based education, something that you've also heard a lot about. Self-paced prior knowledge. We get a lot of folks, I mentioned Ashland and welding. We get a lot of folks that come in and they know how to weld or do some basic things. Might just be with the acetylene. It's not MIG welding or anything like that. And so can we test them out? Can we somehow look at a credential that they've earned in that and give them credit to move them faster along that process? We're also enhancing advising and career counseling to improve student persistence and success. A lot of activities going on there. I mentioned earlier the research that we're doing on our students. Our students are really changing. I recently saw many of our colleges, of course, actually all of our colleges have a relationship with a Family Scholar House. And through some research that they had gathered for us, the number one concern, anybody want to guess what the number one concern of our students is? Obstacle. Believe it or not, it's housing. Housing is the biggest concern. That's something early in my career with KCTCS we never talked about. But the reality is now that's one of the biggest concerns is housing. And finally, on talent, this is where we talk about how we engage effectively with the workforce and in meeting the economic needs to drive that workforce across the state. You have heard Jesse Shook, Vice President Shook, talk about the increase of trains dollars. 21-22 was our highest year ever in the amount of trains dollars we were able to get in the hands of our companies to train incumbent workers and others. $7 million, that was 240 projects, 20,000 Kentuckians. That's just last year. Year-over-year increase was 100% in projects and 82% of the support that was provided, an increase in that area. Another tool that we're looking, you probably are familiar with this. A lot of universities use it as well. We've come on very strong with the use of Handshake. And Handshake is just a tool, an electronic tool, so that we better link students at the beginning of their educational pathway with us to a career. You know, I don't ever have nursing students come to me worrying about going to get a job. They all know they're going to go get a job. And I have multiple employers in my area, and they're going to get a job. If they can pass and pass their NCLEX, they're going to get a job. That's a little more difficult. So making that connectivity for all of our other technical students and even our transfer students who are ultimately going to go on to get a credential and to get a job, that tool is very critical for us. This was the year of implementation, 21-22. We have 1,800 employers who are involved in Handshake. That number is growing every day. It helps link those students to what is the end game of getting a job, but also to work-based learning, you know, jobs towards credentials, all of those things. Very critical part of what we're doing to connect the talent that we provide. I spent most of my time trying to get the slides to go. Key strategies on value. We work, of course, with the Kentucky Department of Education to better engage our teachers and our counselors into all this process. Our relationship with secondary is just so critical. And if you've noticed, even in my time at KCTCS, well over 15 years, the age of our students actually is going down. It is getting closer to that more traditional age than it was many years ago. And that's because of the job opportunities that are out there for our adult population. In January, we launched the Pathfinder High School Teacher Counselor Award, very well received. There is one in each of our service areas that receives that award. And these are the folks who are truly focused on career paths, mentorships, all those things for their secondary students and help us, you know, maintain that funnel of students into those credentials that are needed. Marketing, I mentioned already, the College for the Real Award campaign. And then another project that Vice President Shook is working on is our employee or engagement asset map. So far, we have 5,700 organizations to date. We've never done this. Neither has any other state agency. Looking at really is what is that ecosystem connecting employers to education. And so that's something that we're working on. And the last thing I will say, I'm sure you're probably grateful that I'm done, but since a lot of information, it was very pleasing to me to present this to the Council for Post-Secondary Education. They were very appreciative of the work that we're doing here, and I think that we are doing a lot of really good work. Clearly, there's always change that is needed. We've seen that in a lot of areas. One of my favorite quotes is from Jack Welch. He said, "If the change isn't greater on the inside of an organization than it is outside, then the end is near." And so I think that we're very aware of that, and we know that we're going to have to change to evolve to the different needs of our students, which have really changed from where they were 5, 10 years ago, and also the needs of our employers and even our delivery modality. I mean, I've been in higher education just long enough I can remember when online really wasn't something we talked about. And you're going to have to talk about it now because it is a large part of what we do. But we're committed, of course, to continuous improvement. I think you've seen that. And there is a lot of good things that we need to celebrate. And I think I'll use still a line from Dr. Reese earlier. It's not like we're going to sit back on our laurels. There's a lot of work to be done. And just because, you know, you are first in the nation per capita, why not be first in the nation, period, in credentials awarded? And I think those are the things that we're striving to do. I know this took a lot of time. I apologize for the amount of time it took, but I thought it was critical to share with the Regents some of the outcomes, some of the things that are really, you know, we talk about a lot of things that are maybe a little here, we have to, but what ultimately does it, what happens when it's impacting students? And I'll tell people in my community, they'll say, "You're in higher education." And I'll say, "No." I said, "We're in a job of changing lives. We're changing lives." I was a community college graduate. I went to Ashland Community College. Those experiences changed lives. And our access point, we also get sometimes criticized. You've got 16 colleges, you've got 70 locations. That access is critical. It was the original reason why community colleges were created, was to provide access. We've had universities for, hundreds of years, you know, look at Harvard. But the reality is it's that access to get those people involved. And I don't know if there hadn't been, you know, Ashland Community College in Ashland, what I would have done. Maybe I would have never gone to college, I'll be honest. Even though Moorhead was just, you know, 45 minutes away, probably would have never went there, you know. when it didn't go there ultimately. But anyway, I hope that that gives you a little more insight of where we are and a little different from what normally the president's report is. But I thought it was important that you hear this as well, especially since we just shared this with CPE. And that's my report, sir.
Any other questions for Dr. Ferguson?
How was it received at CPE?
Very positively. I will say this, there were a lot of questions that particular day. It just so seems to happen that Dr. Morgan provided his report for MSU, and then I gave mine. Clearly, we're, at least with Ashland, I'm in the same region that he is in. A lot of questions there about Senate Joint Resolution 98. And so they're trying to feel their way around what that's going to be. I do know that during their retreat, Senator Stivers met with them and visited with them. This was during their retreat, not during this particular meeting, but it was very well received. We received a lot of accolades of the work that we're doing and a lot of things that they're hearing across the state. So very positive. The only questions, Regent Fletcher, that were asked were some concerns around diversity and inclusion. And that, of course, is going to be a hot topic in the legislature in the next session. It just is. And so a lot of them had concerns about what the legislature might do. And they were interested in some of the work we've done. We have closed some gaps on URM students, but we have not closed gaps on those that, of course, are income challenged. And that, too, is part of that whole equation. So there were a lot of questions about that, about what's going to happen. Honestly, if the legislature says you can no longer do those things, the reality is I've heard, from UK, it's like they're not going to stop doing those things. They feel it's important from a societal perspective and an economic development perspective as far as that goes. But we'll have to figure out how we're going to do that if we're not allowed to use state funding to move those kind of needles forward. But that was their biggest concern, was about the DEI question.
Any other questions for Dr. Williams? Next item is Dr. Ferguson, is the Huron project opportunities. If you'd like to discuss that, please.
Yes, sir. First of all, I wanted to thank all of the folks that are here at the table, the Regents and those that are online. The Huron project, as you know, was massive, but really it is just beginning. As you know, we just were together last week and we had our retreat and we looked at the different things that we could do to get started. I'll repeat something that Pam Duncan said actually in our retreat. These are just the things that we're going to start with. It does not mean that any of those things, all 46, 47 of those, will not happen. It's you can't do everything all at once. You have to have some focus. And so what I would like to do, I believe we have a motion. I'd like to put forth a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the 12 opportunities identified by Huron. You've seen those, but you do have those. Those are in attachment A. And I won't read through every one of those unless you would like for me to. But what we're asking is that the boards agree that the opportunities will move forward in implementation in collaboration with Huron and the system and college presidents who will be tasked with getting this work done with regularly planned updates to the board. And that's one thing is we're determining, Pam working with Huron, how often the updates would be to the board. We're thinking probably either monthly or every 6 weeks on where we're at in attacking these 12 initiatives. You probably have, it looks like Hannah did bring it up. You have with this motion attachment A that has all those things, all things that you helped explore and helped identify. And they are there, particularly ones that we're going to pay a lot of attention to.
Questions? Joe?
Have the president seen this document here?
Yes, they have. Remember, they
Have.
participated in the retreat and they have seen this document. It has not been distributed, of course, widely to our faculty and staff because we needed support of the board to move that forward. And then the real work comes with Huron on road mapping. How are you going to get this done? Implementation, timelines, all those things.
There was some discussion, Dr. Ferguson, about aligning this with the strategic plan. Have we moved forward on that? Or we know when that piece is going to happen? I assume somewhere in the road mapping process.
It will happen during the road mapping process. We've had conversations with Huron about that. But if you look at any of these things, actually, if you look at all of them, 46 or 47, they can link up easily with different components of our strategic plan. I like to think of our strategic plan, I think more about mine, to be honest, but ours is the same way for the system. It's about people, process, and partnerships. All of these things can be dropped in one of those categories. And so I think, and we'll be heading up soon looking at our action plan. You know, we have a 2-year action plan for the strategic plan. As we get into that next 2-year action plan for the final 2 years of the strategic plan, we can be more thoughtful and more, cognizant of the fact we have these things we need to focus on. But the big thing is, which we'll be working with Huron on, is the timeline. How quickly can you accomplish? How quickly can you, prop up an office of, project management? That's just one of them. But all those things that we have to do. So what I see is this will be integrated in all the work that we're already doing. And we will have to make, I think, some hard decisions on things. There's some things we probably won't be doing because we want the focus to be on this work, just to be sure that we're focused. But yes, we have to make sure it's integrated with our strategic plan because that's what we believe is our vision for the future.
I do have a question about the order of the opportunities. I'm trying to go back to my notes and to
Regent Fletcher, while you look for your notes, may I comment on what Regent Whitten said? And
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson? So this week, in fact, in discussing with Huron the optimization priorities, they did coordinate with the strategic plan and with the action plans to try to drive the road mapping along the lines of that.
Thank you. So in the academic programming area, so in the first one, as you see, is space utilization assessment, the capital construction process, external lease, substandard space assessments. That's the order that we agreed on at the retreat. The next set, which is the academic programming, faculty credit hour production was actually number 3 in that list, but it looks like it's been moved up to what would be number 4 in the total list, but number 1 in that area. So we had program offerings and enrollment as the first priority, and then program inventory management, and then the faculty credit hour production and section enrollment. So there's it's just a little bit out of order unless my notes are incorrect, but I took a screenshot of the slide that we used at the end of that discussion. So has that been reordered for a reason?
It was my understanding, and Pam can correct me if I'm wrong, that I didn't realize that they hadn't followed the exact order that you all have, but that they were in no sort of priority order. They were just grouped in those particular categories or buckets. And it doesn't mean that, for example, that number 5 is not the first thing we'll tackle. We'll be tackling all those things. But correct me, Pam, if I'm wrong. But
That's correct. These are not necessarily put into a hierarchical priority. They are just the identified priorities. If you recall, they indicated that there would be overlap among the items within the buckets and overlap among the buckets themselves. So I think what will happen is that as they roadmap, there will be, for want of a better word, offshoots, off-ramps, et cetera, that will overlap and be intertwined with each other. So there's no ability to move one priority with all 3 of its underlying sub-priorities as a discrete and only priority. They're going to put them all together and roadmap them that way.
Thank you for the clarification.
good question.
Any other questions?
I guess I do have, I don't know, a question or just a reflection on number 10. Most of these seem very, I don't know, specific to the roadmap in their description. And as a staff person, representative, the administrative effort assessment seems very broad and big. Like anything could happen in there kind of situation. So I guess my question to you is, what do you envision that roadmap to be? Because that could be changing cabinets at president level. That could be a RIF of 20%. That could be hiring more people. There's just a lot that can fit into that one little thing. And when it leaves our table as governance, it goes to administration. And we'll see reports on it, but we won't know. I mean, here and now, I have to worry about what this means.
Yeah, Regent Hurdy, that's a very good question. It is very broad because there's a lot of unknowns, I think, in defining exactly what that work will look like. Some of that will be, I think, contingent upon the comp and class study. And as you know, you saw some data when you looked at the Huron findings where we have some colleges at system office as well. Somebody's in a supervisory position, but they have nobody reporting to them. Those are the things that are probably going to have to be addressed up front. I think some of that's just general mechanics of making sure those things are right. The other thing is, right, what is the optimal size? of the administrative teams, not just at the colleges, but at the system office. What should that look like? A lot of that, of course, is in flux as well, because we have multiple positions, at least on the KCTCS President's Cabinet, who are either interim or acting. So there's going to be a lot of work and consideration there. And although, to your point, yes, it will be in the hands of the administrators to do this work, but they are going to come back, of course, and provide updates to the Board of Regents and ask for your input and your thoughts on some of these things, particularly item number 10. It is an important one, and what makes sense, and the funny thing is about all this data is sometimes, you may have missed the context. And then we were very rough on here on saying, you got to provide context, you got to provide context. But if you look at an example, and I will use one college in particular as an example, the number of folks who are on the cabinet there in Hazard. But if you look at that, the majority of those folks have been there over 25 years. That explains some of their salaries. And it's just at the discretion of the president to decide they want more or less on that team. So, for example, at Ashland, when I came to Ashland, I added my marketing and PR person and my HR person reporting directly to me as a president. They had never reported to the president before, but the positions were all there. So to say that one has 4 or one has 8, the positions were probably already there, but depending on what their reporting structure is. And I do think I know there have been conversations with the Regents before. We do need to determine what an optimal model would be like, and then work with our presidents to see what works for them. But sometimes it is regionally, and sometimes it's based on the size of your college. But you're very right. Number 10 is very vague, and I think it is vague, not purposefully that we made it vague, but that there is a lot to be considered. There's just so many things when you're looking at the administrative structure of where you've got over 4,000 employees, 16 colleges. It's going to be a difficult thing for us to tackle. But I think the first step of that, which you are going to hear much more about from here on, and Ms. Duncan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but really will be the comp and class study that'll help us, have a better understanding of structure for what we're looking at administratively, but also throughout the colleges itself.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I would just like to comment on this, and then we'll move on. It's not just about people either, or it's about the function and the functionality that is provided to our constituency. So what is it that we are providing that we need to continue to provide? What is it that we're not providing that we need to start providing? And what is it that is properly provided through the system office versus what is it that is best and most appropriate to be provided at the colleges? So it's not just about, an irrational, where 10% or this structure needs to go. It is about looking at people as what they are doing, what we are providing, and how that's driving our mission forward. So I would caution both administration and board to remember that it is always about the mission.
Thank you.
Dr. Ferguson, I just had one comment, and that is, as the road mapping develops, I'm assuming, I guess, that there will be cost savings tied to that as we kind of check off our list of initiatives either added. For example, the adding of a project management office obviously may have a cost unless there's reassignment in some way, but ultimately it may save money in other areas. So will there be that column of return on investment?
It will. I mean, ideally, when you enter into an engagement like this, you're going to come out with a documented, a hard number of the dollars that you saved. I mean, it's no different than the principles that you would use for continuous improvement, the Kaizen experience, whatever you want to call it, but we will be able to measure some of that. That particular one, I will say to you, Dr. Jackson, we're thinking about that. I think that it was a good recommendation from here on. You've got such massive projects going on. The administration of those projects could help you identify savings and wasted time, effort, energy. But maybe that's something that we're not sure where we're going to land on this, but maybe that's something where we don't necessarily hire folks, that we outsource that function. Many Fortune 500 companies outsource project management. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do. Those are just all the things that we're thinking about, because any of these things, to deliver them, there is always a cost associated. So how do we minimize the cost and maximize what the outcome is that we're going to get? So yeah, we will be able to look at that. There are several of them. I'm looking at 8 in front of me again. There's those spans and layers. How do we become more efficient from a cost perspective. The other thing you got to keep in mind, though, we can't cut costs to success. A lot of different people have said that over and over again. You do cut cost, and it's necessary to cut costs, and clearly we have to work on that. But we also have to make sure that we're doing things that will allow us to invest. I like the word finance or invest in the future, because we're going to need new programs. And one of the biggest things I'm worried about right now is how we deal with AI. I'm serious. It's like, so that's totally new. So there are all those things that we're going to have to work on, but there will be cost savings, I'm sure.
And I would remind the board and the PLT what we talked about at the retreat, that the road mapping will also be not just about how we get where are going, but how quickly. And so there will be a pace, an implementation pace, and you all will decide what that pace will be to determine then how the cost savings occur. So a slower to a more aggressive pace will have a different return on investment.
One of the things that kind of spearheaded this whole project in the very beginning, if you'll recall, was our concern about cost to educate and the equality and the inclusion for all students to have a very similar, if not the same, experience, regardless of where they were located in the state. This all ties in very well to that conversation, because as we are talking about reallocating managerial capacity, this is probably the best place for us to also talk about consolidation overall. And, nobody likes the idea of closing a college or closing a campus. And I very much appreciate the comments about access to education. My husband and I have this conversation frequently as kids who spent more than an hour on the bus one way to go to school. You want to know why kids in Eastern Kentucky drop out? Probably because they spend 2.5 hours a day on a bus. That's got to be part of it anyway. But so I understand that investment in the campuses and the number of campuses we have, but that probably does not mean that we need to have 70 sets of administrators for those campuses, or even 16 distinct sets of administrators for those colleges that are in very close proximity. So that's something that I would like to see in that administrative effort assessment, as well as in the spanning and layering, is kind of a different approach there. And I know they're going to roadmap it and they're going to give us the pace, but I think as a board, it's up to us to direct that. Not to say we think it's a good idea or that we would support that, but that we direct in policy that we modernize the system and that we call for shrinking the number of layers and narrowing the span of administrative oversight for these schools. I don't know if we accomplish that through regionalization, if we accomplish that through administrative consolidation. We roll those cabinets, which are very heavy and very costly, especially for those areas where we have 3 or 4 schools in very close proximity. Do we pool those efforts and consolidate those efforts so that we have one cabinet over 2 or 3 schools? I don't know what the answer is there, but I think as a board, it is our responsibility to make that call and not just say we would support this, but that we direct this. So, parliamentarian, Mr. Chair, how do we set the motion in place that says this is what we will do? And I know we're in the middle of the motion to accept these recommendations, so just help me on the order.
So if this is part of this particular motion or recommendation, then you can either amend to ensure that it is in there, or and create a new motion, or you can have this as a separate motion. But it needs to be within this area if it is germane to the Huron project.
I do believe it to be germane, Mr. Chair. I'll leave that to your discretion.
Yes, ma'am.
It is part of the Huron project. The question is whether you want to specifically have this as something that is dictated, as a motion or whether you would like to indicate that this, by your authority, that these are things that you would like to see the administration move forward with.
I really don't like the word dictate,
Mhm.
I don't either.
but I also don't like the idea that we would have to mandate this, but I do think it's important that it be in the record. And I could give you lots of examples of things we've talked about in 2 or 3 years that have yet to happen. So I do think it is important that we detail it, and I do have a motion prepared.
Okay. We have did we have a motion or simply a recommendation previously? Okay. Then I would recommend that you take the full Huron project recommendations first as one motion and your motion as second. But let me hear your motion to ensure that that is the appropriate order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion in support of modernization of KCTCS to better serve our students, faculty and staff, the state workforce, and the entire Commonwealth through initiatives directed at restructuring the system and college relationships, decreasing the layers of administration, narrowing the span of oversight through the consolidation of leadership for small and in close proximity colleges. To be considered as part of the financial and organizational assessment, specifically number 10 on the opportunity list for the Huron project.
I do believe that that is specific enough to be a separate motion. So I would recommend that you move forward first in adopting the recommendation of creating these as your 10 priorities. And then this would be a separate motion to go along with that Huron project.
10 or 12?
12.
12.
I would so move.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to, as Dr. Ferguson said, the attachment A, the 12 Huron opportunities, college system, and that the board has and the president have recommended. Do I hear a motion on that?
So moved.
So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right.
All right, roll call vote.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Aye.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Can I vote with a comment?
Yes, you may.
I would vote aye, with concerns of item 10, not knowing the future of that and the concerns of the motion brought up here. I do not support that, but I do support Huron and its endeavors as it sees fit, as our administration sees fit to carry it out.
Okay.
Aye.
And in clarifying that comment, the motion that you're talking about has not yet been made, but has been referenced. Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The motion or the vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
And we have a second motion to come to the floor. Would you read that motion, or can we post that motion?
Regent Fletcher.
Yes, go ahead.
Are we going to have discussion before we vote on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'll have
Okay.
discussion, yes.
Do y'all need me to repeat it?
Yes.
If you will,
Okay.
please.
The motion is to support modernization of KCTCS to better serve our students, faculty and staff, the state workforce, and the Commonwealth through initiatives directed at restructuring the system and college relationship by decreasing layers of administration, narrowing the span of oversight through the consolidation of leadership for small and in close proximity colleges.
That's the motion to hear discussion.
Discussion.
Regent Smith.
Oh, sorry.
Regent Smith.
I'm sorry, but I'm not really understanding what the motion.
Okay. Regent Fletcher, if I may succinctly attempt to state, it is a motion to modernize KCTCS through merger and consolidation of administrative layers and closely in close proximity colleges. Regent Jackson.
Yes, I have a question. Are you specifying within the colleges, Regent Fletcher, or are you saying system and colleges? You talked about
The entire system.
We have questions on.
Yeah, we'll have a
online.
question. Karen?
Just some clarification. Is this in consideration of decreasing the administrative layers and the colleges in close proximity? Is it through that lens that we are looking at the initiative that we've identified?
So this is, as I understand it, Regent Fletcher, would be a subcategory of the Huron project. It would be something to which the Dr. Ferguson is acting president, and whoever becomes the permanent president would thereafter be accountable for in an administrative role. And as the one employee of the board, the president of KCTCS would report back on how this was occurring.
So the recommendations would come back to the board. It would not automatically occur. There'd be research, recommendations, and discussion at the board level before any of these decrease in layers or consolidations took place.
Exactly.
Am I understanding that? Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I would note that there are statutory considerations that would need to be looked at. There are particular counties and communities that require a presence. The statute does not indicate what a presence means, and certainly after 25 years of existence, a presence might be completely different than it was 25 years before. But this is something that the administration and the board would consider together.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Mr. Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You clarified some of it on the regulatory, statutory piece of it. Two observations. I'm about to vote yes on this. I think the important wording for this for me is to support it. The first word is to support this. I don't ever get comfortable from a governance perspective getting into the specific tactics that are mandated and warrant to achieve it. So I want the fine line between governance and management and leadership protected during this for both Dr. Ferguson and whoever's sitting in that chair after that, to have the flexibility to always come back to us with their recommendations from a leadership perspective as to how it can be achieved. But as far as the specific of specificity of tactics, I hope we don't get into that point.
Yeah, very good.
Keith, you had your hand up? Keith Hamilton?
Yeah, my comment has been addressed. I had a little bit of concern with the specificity of the decreases and narrowness. But as far as an objective after analysis and approval and consensus, I'm okay with whatever the outcome on, as long as it is based on those sort of facts and data. So it's been broached. I appreciate it.
And thank you all for understanding that words matter. So I appreciate that.
One more question, Regent Fletcher, on your comment, did you indicate small and close proximity? What was the first portion of that?
Small and in close proximity.
Okay, who operationally defines that? From the administrative process. When you talk about combining, they may give you the geographical location, but who is to say whether you would recommend or the next president would recommend combining 4 colleges or 5 colleges? Will that be administratively decided in this process? What close proximity and small means?
I think we would need comprehensive analysis and research to determine what that would look like, whatever scenario we're looking at for each college. And so it's difficult to answer that question. It's easy to define size just based on enrollment, but that doesn't take in the other context of the community it's in, how far it is away from another campus. There are just a lot of considerations for that. And so I think that whoever sits in this seat that will bring forth, possible recommendations to the Board of Regents, they're going to need some work's got to be done. There's going to have to be some comprehensive research. Keep in mind, too, there's also the community aspect of any decision that would come out of this. And trust me, legislators and community members will have lots of opinions about any discussion about consolidations or mergers or anything along those lines.
Which is why we're not talking about closing schools or consolidating colleges or any of that. That message has been heard for the last 2 years and well received, which is why the approach in this motion I have made is completely different. I understand that community component. I understand the legislative and the political arena of all of that, and nobody wants to lose their local college. But again, we are quite different 25 years later than we were initially. The other comment I have is that operational definition will have to be exactly that, operational. So it's bigger than just how many students are enrolled or their geographic location. For me, this also includes that cost to educate piece as well as that equality piece so that every student is getting that opportunity and having an equal amount of funds spent where they need to be spent on their opportunities. So
I have a comment. I understand the emphasis for this, but in the same token, the emphasis is already there based on the Huron project and the Huron recommendations. I don't really see a need for us to replicate that, because are we going to replicate the space allocation? Are we going to replicate all of the 12 recommendations? I really feel like there is an intent when we left the retreat that we were going to look at all 12 of those items, and we were going to hold not only ourselves, but hold the presidents and our president accountable for those. So for us to make a recommendation to specifically hold them for that, are we not specifically holding them to the recommendations as a whole?
we are. This is just another layer of, I would call it not prescription, but recommendation on number 10 specifically. Again, just as a way to not only support that initiative, but to make sure that we do, at the end of this, have the outcome that we're looking for there. So again, the wording matters. And as far as a comprehensive or detailed study, I think we've got one in front of us already.
Question. I don't think we do have a detailed, I've gone through 240 of the pages and none of that is in the Huron report. And
I think it'll come out in the road mapping.
It's not there now, and we're voting now.
Any other questions? Karen?
I would just support what Wendy's saying. It does add specificity to one of the initiatives that we're undertaking. And I think it's a good template or prototype for us, as we consider this. So, I would certainly be supportive of this proposal because it's offering a template approach. And as Wendy said, words matter.
Any other?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make one comment. Something the board does need to be cognizant of is the work that's going on around Senate Joint Resolution 98. CPE has advised us they have hired a consultant. If it's the one that they cannot announce yet, at least they haven't, this last time I checked, pretty significant. And part of that will be community discussions with community members. And some of it will be around what is the optimal structure, not just for KCTCS, but for our regionals and our universities. So I can anticipate, regardless of who's sitting in this seat as president, there's going to be recommendations that are going to be legislated coming out of that. What they are, your guess is as good as mine, but they will be getting to the same exact topic at that time. That will be. And we anticipate that there will be discussions then about this topic there.
I am encouraged from what I'm hearing on that front that this Huron project is really kind of the model for what's going to come through Senate Joint Resolution 98. So I do feel like that we are way ahead of the regionals and the other schools in the state that are being looked at right now. I think that the moves that we have made, the decisions we have made are putting us in a very good position going forward with that joint resolution.
Agreed.
Any other discussion before we?
So prior to making this motion, Chair Stevens had asked me to comment on what actually Regent Cox brought up. And I am also going to throw in a little legal primer for you all. Dr. Ferguson is absolutely correct. As you move forward with your recommendations as the board, you look at your statutory authority to do so. And then you also will have to know that anything that comes out legislatively will trump anything that you decide or anything that the administration decides. That is simply a matter of legal hierarchy. So statute, the Senate Joint Resolution will always be something that will need to be considered as you move forward.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to interrupt, but as a point of clarification regarding the Senate Joint Resolution, please know that we anticipate seeing it in October. It will be presented to the LRC staff in December. That will not be finalized until the end of the legislative session in April. It will be just that, a resolution and a suggestion. All 138 legislators will weigh in on it during the session, and what we see at the beginning may not be what we end up with by April.
That is absolutely correct. And so you need to keep that in mind in exercising both your governance hats and then for all of the administration. But then there will also be accreditation issues, there will be regulatory issues, all of those things, and those will have to be considered. So if the motion is overarching simply to consider modernization of the institution, know that there might be some external considerations that you will have to take. And as a board, you will have to recognize that governance and administration are two different things. And this is your employee, Dr. Ferguson, and whoever sits in that seat after. Are you ready, Chair, for the motion in a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion?
So
Motion.
moved.
Second?
Second. Roll call vote. Chair Stevens,
No.
Vice Chair Martin,
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher,
Aye.
Regent Bogard,
Aye.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Green,
No.
Regent Hamilton,
Aye.
Regent Herdink,
No.
Regent Jackson,
No.
Regent Rabinowitz,
No.
Regent Smith,
No.
Regent Whitten.
Aye.
All right. Liaison Rivera, can you help me with the vote? I'm sorry. I have missed. You did. I believe that we have Chair Stevens. Let me go back over. Chair Stevens is no. Vice Chair Martin is no. Secretary Fletcher.
No, that's
I
incorrect.
think he was yes.
Oh,
He's a yes.
oh, I'm sorry. Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Bogard,
Yes.
Regent Cox was a yes. Regent Finan was a yes.
Yes.
Regent Girdler was a yes. Regent Green was a no. Regent Hamilton was a yes.
Yes.
Regent Herdink was a no. Regent Jackson was a no. Regent Rabinowitz was a no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Regent Smith was a no. And Regent Witten was a yes.
So that's a total of 5 no's.
5 no's and 1, 2.
6 answers.
I know, but we have half votes, so I'm just trying because
If we would like to take a break, just
Yeah.
so we
Yeah.
can ensure that
I
this
wanted
is
to
properly
make sure this is
counted.
I am sorry, but this was a last moment motion that we were not aware of, so I want to make sure we get it right.
Let's take a break. We come back and revote then. Make sure we get. Okay.
We don't re.
Okay, we're back in session. We'll have the official vote tally at this time. The parliamentarian has researched it and sent worldwide and got a calculator out, and the final vote is on the motion that Ms. Fletcher made. Yeah.
It is 7-4. Yays have it at 7. I would like to note for those who are watching that our board has half votes. And so to ensure that we had this correctly, we wanted to double check. So, but again, as Regent Girdler said, he is glad I'm a lawyer and not an engineer.
Since we're still on the Huron topic, basically still,
Yes.
since we voted on everything and the report's out there, can it be released to the masses?
The report, we will confirm that we have the final report, the correct version, and then it will be put on the website, KCTCS website.
What do you mean by correct version?
Well, because the Regents had some changes that were requested and those were made. And so I just want to make sure that those are on there.
Next item on the agenda, Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the kind recognition this morning. I really appreciated that. The time I've spent in community colleges in Florida and here in Kentucky has just been very rewarding, and it's been a real pleasure to work with all the folks in the room. One of the things that we have been working on over the last year, as many of you all know, is really looking at and supporting improvements to our online course quality assurance process. And so the first report for today is from Dr. Leah Simpson, who will give an update on the pilot and then talk about our new KCTCS online learning assessment project and our model that we'll be sharing.
Good afternoon. As Dr. Williams mentioned, I will be talking about the pilot process along with the proposed assessment plan that we bring forth to you today, according to this. Thank you. So if you recall, in December, I proposed a pilot to this body for the assessment of online learning. And that pilot consisted of 3 pieces. The first piece of that was the KEYS training for faculty. KEYS, as a reminder, are the KCTCS essential standards. Those are 21 standards taken from the ECP rubric. Those are the minimum expectations for quality among all college online courses across the system. We proposed that all full-time faculty teaching at least one online course section from Bio 137, English 101, and Math 150 be required to complete KEYS training by May of 2023. Those courses were chosen because they are consistently very large online offerings and consistently have a lower success rate for our students than many other online courses. We also proposed that those same full-time faculty teaching at least one online course complete a self-review for their online course using those key standards. And we proposed a different piece, which is the assessment validation, which really gets at Regent Fletcher's request that we look at a valid and reliable interpretation of those keys. And so the validation process was to make sure that we were, as a system, interpreting and applying those keys consistently across online courses. So how do we do? Well, first, let's talk about who we are looking at here as far as online faculty. The online faculty that we have are 956 taught as a primary instructor in at least one online course across spring semester of this year, 2023. There were a total of 1,530 full-time faculty teaching at KCTCS this spring. So that means that 62% taught at least one course online. Of those teaching those 3 pilot courses, there are 201 faculty that qualified to be part of this pilot that taught at least one online course. Many taught much more than that in their online for those 3 pilot courses. So our results, man, that's small on my screen. Good thing I have notes. In our results, we had 99.5% of the pilot faculty that completed the training and 97% that completed the key self-review. Now, I did go in and investigate why weren't those numbers 100%, and there's lots of good reasons for that, including retirements. Some faculty were teaching those courses. It was not part of their normal teaching course load and are not planning to teach those next semester. And a couple of folks on medical leave that weren't able to fulfill these requirements this spring. But in general, I think we as a system did a very good job in meeting the requirements of this pilot. But we didn't just meet it, we went beyond it. When you look at those 755 non-pilot full-time faculty, 67% of those completed the training. That's 588 additional faculty that completed this training beyond what was required of the pilot, and 299 that completed the training. I'm sorry, the course reviews. So these were above and beyond the expectations of the college, of the pilot. The colleges put those expectations on faculty, or faculty put those expectations on themselves, and they completed this beyond what was asked of them. In addition, and these are some of the numbers that I'm most impressed with, were the completions that we had from adjunct and part-time faculty. If you've been reading any of the literature, you know that it's particularly difficult to get adjunct faculty and part-time faculty to participate in any of these types of activities, particularly faculty development initiatives. And so the fact that we had so many adjunct and part-time faculty that took part in this pilot process is pretty impressive. And I think it really says some pretty amazing things about how the colleges took this very seriously, how my peers at the colleges took this seriously, and how the faculty took this seriously. So they went very well beyond what we asked of them for this pilot. This took place, as I said, between January and May. So this was a lot of work in a very short period of time. In addition, we completed that KEYS validation review that I had mentioned. In this process, we asked the colleges to submit their reviews of courses, and then we did another review of that. That secondary review was completed by members of the online learning peer team. All of those are members from the colleges. None of those are members from the system office. Depending on the scores of those results and how well we agreed with the college results, most courses got 1 review, some courses got 2 reviews. And we did 90 reviews, so 14% of those courses that were submitted for us, we chose 14% at random to review across the system. What were the results of those? I was actually quite impressed with this. We had seriously good agreement between the college review of the courses and the system's peer team review of those courses. We were in agreement with the colleges at 88%. This is a high number. So 88% of our scores were in agreement. Within the peer team, we had 93% agreement. So the folks on the peer team very closely agree with one another on how to apply these keys. When we did look at these key standards, we did come up with, as a peer team, 3 recommendations to take forward. We looked at where we aren't achieving compliance with the keys, and one key area were the standards associated with accessibility. So we recommend that the colleges and the system office provide more training on accessibility. This is honestly leads into the second part, because the colleges and the system office have been providing a lot of training on accessibility. So our second recommendation is find ways to work with and coordinate and collaborate with program directors and department chairs to encourage more faculty to participate in those trainings for accessibility. This is a concern of the online learning peer team as well as the teaching and learning peer team, that not enough variety of faculty are participating. So we want to make sure that we're getting faculty who aren't meeting these standards into those trainings so that they can better understand how to meet those standards. And the third thing that we recommend, and this was a result of just our own assessment process, is that we would like to create some job aids to provide to the colleges and to provide internally to our peer team as we do these reviews in the future, so that we can kind of make it less difficult to find information. It's especially difficult sometimes to find what you're looking for when you don't have the faculty member sitting down the hall to go ask them where it is. So if you're kind of time crunched and you need to find it quickly, we'd like to have some job aids to help with that process. So after we went through this process of the peer review, after we looked at the pilot results for the training, we did come up with an additional piece. So what we have recommended, I'm a step ahead. The in-person online success gaps. We worked with the Office of Research and Policy Analysis, my colleague Alicia Crouch, to get some numbers on student success in some courses. These are same courses that Alicia presented to you at the March meeting. As you can see from academic year 2022, which is on the left, and 23, which is this previous year on the right, the success rates sometimes alter, sometimes online is higher, sometimes face-to-face is higher, but in general, there's very little success difference between the online and the face-to-face courses when we are looking at these. I know that has been a concern, is what is the difference in success? And for these particular courses, all chosen because they are either part of the pilot or they are just simply very large courses that a lot of students take annually, we're finding that there's not a bunch of difference between online and face-to-face. What we want to see is higher rates, obviously, for both modalities, but currently we're not seeing that we have cause to concern for online learning. So after reviewing all of this data, we did come up with one additional piece requested for the model for assessment. The assessment model we have had reviewed by the President's leadership team, academic council. We've put it in front of Senate Council. Obviously, it's been in front of the online learning peer team. That model that we recommend going forward continues with those same 3 procedures previously discussed, in addition to one additional procedure. So KEYS training for all faculty. So by May 2024, all full-time faculty will have completed the KEYS training and the KEYS self-review, which is part 2. By May 2025, all adjunct and part-time faculty, and at that point, yearly, any new faculty who are hired into the process should be completing that before they teach online. Self-review of online courses, we recommended a 3-year self-review cycle. This self-review cycle should be set by the colleges. Each college has their own kind of assessment process, and it may make sense for them to go department by department. It may make sense for them to spread it out so no one faculty has too many courses to review and repair in a single year. It's really up to the colleges and the faculty and their choice at that college how they go about that. We also added a 3-year college review of online courses. What we noticed when we reviewed assessment plans from the colleges, that many did not have a 3-year assessment review, but many had planned to include that in the future. So that was one thing that came out of this, and we thought that that was a great process. It means that courses are getting looked at more regularly at the colleges, and that faculty are also getting a lot more feedback more regularly about the quality of their courses. And then the final piece is the KEYS validation, which as we have it prescribed in our plan, would happen again in January 2024. And then after that, it would happen every second year, which is not in that 3-year cycle that the other processes have, but it makes sure that we're staying on board with continuing to talk about those standards along the peer team that does that review. We feel like this assessment plan that we've put forward meets the original goal, which we call COLA, our KCTCS Online Learning Assessment Plan. So we think that it meets that goal because what it's going to do is make sure that we're continuing to use assessment processes to ensure the highest quality online learning programs and courses that we can offer in our system and continue to have excellent success rates compared to our peers outside of our system. I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have them.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Always have a comment, right?
Yeah.
No, I have a comment. If you'll go back to the slide that had the in-person and online success gaps.
Sure.
So I think it's interesting to note, I didn't see a p-value here, but I'm assuming when you say there's no difference, that's statistically significant difference. But if you look from year to year, For example, BAS 160, online 69.1 compared to 74.4, 59.8 in the bio 137 compared to 59.5. So from year to year, even if there's not a huge gap between online and in person, it does look like that, and maybe that's Hawthorne effect, but it does look like that those numbers definitely came up in that next year. So something changed in there.
Well, we hope that more attention to online quality has helped change that, although it is only 2 years worth of data, and it's a little nerve-wracking for me to make an assumption that we're going to stay on that trend after only 2 years of data. But I do think that probably the attention that we've paid to this has made a difference, but it also could be student changes, not just talking about the student body, but their own needs. We know that online students in particular tend to have more barriers to success. They tend to be working. They tend to have children. They are more likely to have those barriers to success. So
they all improved.
So we might have a group that, as our students are getting younger, as Dr. Ferguson said, may not have as many barriers. There's a lot of things that could account for this. So we did improve in many cases, but fingers crossed that continues.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with it, and I thank you for the effort. And I do think that it will pay in long-term dividends as far as success for the students. So I appreciate all the work you all have put into this.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
I do want to thank Dr. Simpson and her team and Dr. Brian Salmeski and the whole online learning peer team and all of these faculty. It was a big effort in a a year that had lots of other big efforts. We're looking at our learning management system and deciding if it continues to be the right one. We have all sorts of stuff going on. But I agree with you, Dr. Fletcher, that the attention paid made a difference. And so 2 more things about this project before I move on to the Learner Success Report. One is that as I hand off to Dr. Renee Wagner as the acting chancellor, they'll be looking again at the data at the end of December because this work happened during spring. So while the spring grades look good, it's the fall grades that really ought to show some changes, that could be attributable to this focus. And so you'll either have a report in December or possibly in March because, we don't finalize grades until January. It takes a while to get all those grades in, but that will be coming. And I really do want to thank Dr. Fletcher, you and all the members of the Resource Optimization Committee. I think while this board focuses a lot on fiduciary duties and should, our students to me are number one. And so, that focus on their success is a really important one and one that I appreciate the board took in this way. To keep that success going, I'm going to ask that we pull up now the PowerPoint for learner success, and I'm going to give a quick report to you all. As part of your duties, you get a report on programs that have been approved as well as certificates, and I'm going to give that now along with a couple highlights. And then just so you all know, we're going to have a report from Brady Schultz on a couple of really wonderful marketing efforts that went on. And then we're going to end with the best part, which is the celebration of our graduates. So with that, I'm going to do a quick report on learner success. A couple of years ago, we optimized our program approval process by saying that the KCTCS president, along with, of course, the Council on Post-Secondary Education, could approve any programs that were already in our catalog but new to a college. Jefferson is the only program of study that was approved since the last meeting, and they added an AAS in computerized manufacturing and machining. They were already offering the diploma, but their employers said, we really want the employability skills that are gained through those general education courses, and so they have added that. Our colleges have also offered 13 new certificates in everything from Appalachian studies to international equine business. So all sorts of good things going on in specialization areas at the college. Dr. Ferguson did a great job of giving what we call the CPE placemat report. It looks like a placemat, this kind of big square of data. But one thing I want to remind everybody is that of those credentials we offer, 79% are in our 5 targeted industry sectors, those that align with the Work Ready scholarship. So we're really appreciate the focus of the college. Jesse Shook is always saying, you know, all of these courses are workforce, and it's true. Whether we're preparing students for transfer or we're preparing them to go right to work, it's still because folks want a good job in a field that interests them. And so that is preparing for the workforce. A quick enrollment update. This is hard to read and maybe easier to read on your screen. This enrollment report was, I believe, from the 2nd of June. As of June 9th, we had 35,624 students, 24,459 of them taking at least one online course, and 27,543 of them seeking one of our credentials as an adult non-high school student. We do update that every Friday, so the numbers will change again tomorrow. And in your report is a link to that weekly enrollment update. It is publicly available, and so you're welcome to go out and see the new numbers. I appreciate that ORPA, the Office for Research and Policy Analysis, keeps that information coming. A couple of highlights. Highlights? No. Well, I'll just leave it on the picture of the graduates. I'm going to say the highlights. I don't know why the writing isn't coming through, but it's in your report. One is that we have a new staff member who has been really working with the colleges on advising. All of our colleges have great student advising, but it's really important to also be sure that they have the technology and other supports that they need to do that advising, and a way for advisors to talk back and forth and share effective practice. So Dr. Sarah Ballard has taken that on, and we really appreciate the results of that tour, and out of it will come hopefully some new supports for our advisors. We also, over the last year, digitized our faculty promotion process. Our faculty maintain records of their promotion materials for 3 years before each promotion review. And this was a way to make it a lot easier for all of the groups that look at those materials and the faculty members themselves to manage the process. So I'm really happy that that's happened. And in terms of technology, we've also finished digitizing our online curriculum and catalog. Our catalog has been available digitally for about 2 years now. In fact, we went down from printing about 2,500 copies to less than 500 copies this year we'll be printing in June. And I think lots of folks really like our catalog. It's catalog.kctcs.edu if you're interested in seeing all the ways you can search that. But as part of that, we also digitized the curriculum approval process so that, again, we're not dealing with paper and email. We actually have a process where the curriculum can be reviewed by a number of parties and approved, and it happens very quickly. And with that, I am going to invite Brady Schultz, who's the new Director of Marketing and Recruitment for KCTCS, previously the Director of Marketing at MCTC. And he's going to tell you a little bit about a couple of our really great initiatives this year. And I think you'll find it, I don't know, I find it very heartwarming, all of it. Brady?
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you, board, for allowing me to share a little bit of a marketing update. It's nice seeing some familiar faces out there in Regent, Whitten, and Dr. McCullough. It's a nice surprise seeing some old friends here today. We'll jump in first with, well, there we go. Tell you what, I'll let you drive if you want to. There we go.
Doesn't like me.
There we go. We'll start, as we always should, with a student-driven initiative. In order to engage students and capture testimonials on a platform that they're all comfortable with, KCTCS Marketing came up with the College for My World video contest. Students across the system were tasked with creating a video about why they chose KCTCS and its colleges, what motivates them, and how they feel as though KCTCS is propelling them to a better life. And then they uploaded that video to TikTok. The world is all aflutter about TikTok these days. So we're, again, meeting our students where we feel like they are. They uploaded those videos to TikTok and used the hashtag KCTCS and College for My World. A lot of times when we do these type of contests, we hope to get at least one submission from every college. But as you can see, we had 72 submissions from across all 16 colleges, which was pretty great. To date, we've received about 500,000 views and about 20,000 likes. And that, again, it lives on forever, so that number continues to go up. Our contest winners, we had 3 different categories. Number 1 was a random drawing winner. Angelina from Big Sandy was the random drawing winner. She won an Apple Watch. Malia Huff from Gateway won an iPad. She was judged on a certain criteria by a panel of judges. And I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but Malia's handle for her TikTok account is Malia_Gateway. And you see a lot of that kind of thing with graduates, from the University of Kentucky or Cincinnati or what have you. But to see that from one of our students is just pretty great. And then lastly, in the winners is one that's obviously close to my heart, came from my home college, Emily Greenwell. She won an iPad in the People's Choice Award, 127,000 views on her submitted video. It just goes to show you the power in that platform and the power of the student voice.
Who is also a dual credit student, also representing at a high school level.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. But enough from me about these students. Let's move forward and let's watch the compilation video and let them speak for themselves. Pretty great stuff, right? Moving on, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our second initiative, the Pathfinder Award. Back in 2022, we did a statewide prospective student market research project. And one of the key factors that came out of that project showed us that a lot of our high school teachers and counselors were not necessarily KCTCS advocates. That didn't mean that they thought negative things about us. It just meant that they weren't including us in the conversations the way that we would like to see them. So as a reaction to that, KCTCS Marketing came up with the Pathfinder Award. And the purpose was to seek out and find those teachers and counselors that were our champions and reward them, and then raise awareness amongst the folks that perhaps were not. The criteria were going to be, we would have at least one representative from every KCTCS college, and the winners would be selected based on the criteria of encouraging students to attend KCTCS, assisted those students through that process, providing mentorship and following up with them just to make sure that they were continuing on the right path. Again, whenever we have a contest like this, our hope is that we have at least a couple from every single college. We had over 230 nominations for this contest, which is absolutely incredible. They were nominated by KCTCS students, faculty, and staff. Local winners were to be picked at the college level, and an overall state winner was actually picked by a panel of recruiters. The local announcements were made in correlation with Community College Month back in April. They were all given a really nice award, a gift basket from Barnes & Noble, a sling that they could proudly, or a cling that they could proudly display in their classroom or office, as well as a large promotional certificate. Take a look at that nice crystal award there. Of course, at the local level, they knocked it out. These turned into really, really great events. I'm not going to go through every single one. We're just kind of scroll through pretty quick. But a lot of these folks were recognized by their school boards. They surprised them with the award during faculty and staff assembly. Again, just a really, really great effort on the local level to make sure that these folks got the due recognition. We had intended to do an event today, but due to some logistical issues, the statewide winners were not able to do that event, so it's been pushed back for a week or so. But the statewide winners is going to be shared amongst two ladies from our hazard service area. These ladies really stepped up during the flooding last year and kept their students on track. They were meeting students in parking lots. They were doing anything that they could to make sure that they didn't miss a beat, despite going through a really, really impactful event that went through that part of the state. Statewide press coverage. To date, we've been in about 35 different media outlets, total reach of just over 400,000 and counting. With the announcement of those statewide winners, we expect that to go up over the next few weeks. And in preparing for today, I just did a quick Google search. I wanted to see what people were saying out there. And obviously, TV outlets and radio stations and newspapers were putting it up on their websites and social media. But what really gets me is when I see the local school systems putting it up on their Twitter feed, putting it up on their website. When we can have our partners championing, our mission for us, it really just doesn't get any better than that. So that being said, I'll hand it back over to Dr. Williams. Oh, sure. Right. Thank you, guys.
And now we get to come to my favorite part of the meeting, and not because I do it, but because we're recognizing our graduates. And not only are we recognizing all our graduates, but recognizing two special graduates. But we're going to start with the regular action item, a recommendation that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the awarding of KCTCS colleges candidates for degrees and diplomas and ratifies certificates as presented in the supplemental booklet, KCTCS Candidates for Credentials, January 6th, 2023 to April 6th, 2023, with the credentials, degrees, diplomas, and certificates to be awarded to the candidates upon certification that the requirements have been successfully and satisfactorily completed.
So moved.
Motion second.
Second.
And we,
Roll call vote, ma'am.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher. Aye. Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herdink.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz. Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Congratulations, class of 2023. Aye.
Yes, congratulations. The motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am.
So then I'd like to ask that Student Regent Bogart come up. The next action is a recommendation that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the awarding of the Associate in Arts earned in December 2022 and Associate of Science earned in May from Hopkinsville Community College to this HCC Presidential Ambassador who will be pursuing a bachelor's degree at Murray State University with a minor in nonprofit management. That's a recommendation
So
for
moved.
action.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herdink.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz. Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We have a
before I-
presentation.
Before I move to the next action item, I'm going to hand it over to Regent Jackson.
This is my girl. I really appreciate our student regents on the board. I could get a little teary-eyed for what this lady means. I think for just an exemplar of the transformative experience that students have in a community college and how it can really change your life. And she really is a living testament to that. And I'm so proud of her. And I'm going to keep my eye on her to see what is about to come and what impact and influence that she's going to make for Kentuckians. I thought I was getting a gift for the board, but that was incorrect. So, so I'm also going to give her a plaque.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to save my testimony for tomorrow. Thank you for allowing me to serve on the board. I have become a better individual, student, and leader with you all supporting and empowering me. I am very thankful for Hopkinsville Community College, Dr. Young, her staff, and faculty for trusting me in this leadership role. Collectively, you all have molded me into the person my family and community needed me to be. You all were able to help me break down challenges, barriers, and overcome many obstacles. Because of that, I am able to pay it forward in my community. You all changed my life. KCTCS saved my life.
Dr. Williams.
So if Regent Smith would join me, please. So this recommends that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the awarding of an Associate in Arts with high distinction from South Central Community and Technical College to Regent Richard Smith, who will begin at the University of Kentucky in fall of 2023, majoring in finance. He'd like to then earn his master's degree in finance with a goal, actually, I should say an MBA in finance with the goal of becoming an investment banker. So I'm going to hold on and know where to take my any remaining investments here in a few years. So with that, I make this recommendation.
Hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Regent Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Harding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Whitten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Congratulations.
Real quick, thank you for serving on this board. Your reminder that this is why we're here. Your success is our success, and you're having success. I have no doubt you'll accomplish a lot as you leave here, and we will miss you as our board member and miss you as our student. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting this today, but thank you. Thank you very much. KCTCS has been like a family to me. 2 years ago, I didn't know anything about school. My wife's in the express enrollment, and I got involved. I started the school. Here I am off to UK. I was a C&E student in high school. I didn't care. I didn't try. KCTCS, I tried. South Central, I tried. Had great leadership from President Neal. So thank you all very much. I greatly appreciate this, and I'll miss you all.
Next item on the agenda, the board will need to go into closed session to discuss under KRS 61.810 proposed or pending litigation, which may result in individual matters, discipline, and may lead to appointments, discipline, or termination of employees. And with this will not be streamed, and we will take no action in closed session until we come back in open session. Do I hear a motion? We go into closed session.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Harding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Is Regent Rabinowitz back? Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Whitten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries. We are now in closed session. live Keith, not the electronic Keith.
He's get it up. Come on, let's go.
Okay, we are back. Do we have a motion to
So
come?
moved.
Second.
Second.
By consensus?
Aye.
Hi.
We're back in open session.
Uh,
No.
do I hear a motion? We adjourn till tomorrow morning?
No business
But there
taken.
was no business
No
taken.
no business transacted in the closed session. No way.
All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Consensus, we are done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Bye, Kelly. Bye, Keith. Bye, Karen.
Bye. Thank you all.
Is Russ still in there? Bye, Russ. Bus will pick everyone up in the lobby at 6 p.m. to take us to the country club.